crack up shit like some motherfucking dope. Yeah, I came for shit, niggas. They like, Cone, you made it, you rich, nigga. Ain't that noise in hood as a kid, nigga. Like I'm still dropping fists and some grits. Yeah, on with the shit, nigga. Watch your mouth, don't get caught in that miss, nigga. You know I know how many people miss, nigga. Like everybody got phones in the ditch. Yeah, we came from broke. From my house, you to sleep on the floor. No, I'm born in that motherfucking street like my mama had me in the middle of the road. Yeah, mama gangsta, mama with me. So you know I'm cold. I ain't saying I'm again old, but he still talk about shit that come on. My uncle, he a hoe. My dad's brother, he been around with the op. And I been around with 2 Glock. One Mad Max, I ain't stopping if somebody stop. No, we gon' stop. We gon' light this bitch up like it 4th of July. He didn't block it, make sure they didn't drop it. We gon' beat down that street every day with them up. He gon' turn in the house, don't have him outside. How I'm feeling right now. I ain't spent shit but a motherfucking time. The real one fall out when we motherfucking slide. That's why I ride with that 223 with a scope. I got it on the control like remote. Wanna get tall like some motherfucking soap. I crack up shit like some motherfucking dope. Yeah, I came to shit, nigga. They like, Cone, you made it, you rich, nigga. Ain't that noise in hood as a kid, nigga. Like I'm still dropping fists and some bricks. Yeah, always the shit, nigga. Watch your mouth, don't get caught in that miss, nigga. You know I know how many people miss, nigga. Like everybody got phones in the ditch. Yeah, we came from broke. From my house, you to sleep on the floor. No, I'm born in that motherfucking street like my mama had me in the middle of the road. Yeah. Hey, bitch, on the top, like, I ain't no more, no more, stepping on shit like left to right. All that 2020, where we killing shit like a coronavirus in 2020. Bitch, it ain't over yet, you niggas still in bigger more.
Hey.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to First Energy Stadium here in Cleveland, Ohio. The folks here in Cleveland, even though all the down years, have never stopped supporting their hometown guys. Made their entrance. They are ready to do battle with the Baltimore Ravens. Justin Tucker set to away, and off we go from Cleveland. The end zone. And a decision to bring it out ends up not being a good one. Cost him about 5 yards as he's tackled at the 20.
Take over 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
Mayfield now looking to throw on 1st down. Eluding the pressure right. And he'll be
Well, that hoe had
around the 34. 14 yards there.
That hoe had about 30 crosses on
his athleticism there and what they're going to have to deal with. He can use his legs to dance around back behind the line of scrimmage and beyond the line of scrimmage.
That bitch had
You'd love to get a copy of their
about 30 crosses
going into the week because that's been stressed the whole time. Keep him bottled up, keep him in the pocket. But it's the first drive of the game and emotions are running high. Someone forgot that, trying to make a big play and gave up a bigger one instead.
Do that bitch.
Intercepted. That's one he would have liked to have held on to on this first drive. Instead, 2nd down.
A lot of times it's that first read that you had. Maybe you get it in pre-snap, and he locked in on his target, but he was covered quite well, and that one's incomplete.
From the 34, they'll come to the line on 2nd and 10. From the gun, Mayfield. Left side, it's Beckham. And to the 42-yard line here, brought down there. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. First carry down for Kareem Hunt, and he's going to have a first down as he's brought down at the 44-yard line. Give him 2 yards on that play, and it'll move the chains. A pair of first downs gives him a 1st and 10 up at the 44. Mayfield with a quick fire to Landry.
On here, roll.
3 yards the gain there, 2nd down.
The goal of a wide receiver screen is get enough blockers in front to create a wall and let him pick his spot to run the football. How about the defense there, swarming to it and not allowing that to happen? Did not let him get downfield.
On 2nd and 7, Mayfield. And he gets it to his running back, Nick Chubb. And he'll be taken down at the 44-yard line. Yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
First drive of the game. We did see this in practice, didn't we? Because they allowed us to stay and watch and see what their opening script would be, even though we don't know the exact play calls. That looks a lot like what we saw them execute, doesn't it?
It really does, and in practice, it wasn't about a lot of big shots on the opening drive. They wanted to put together a series of plays, sustain it. They've done that. The defense now on their heels a little.
That they are, and you know what else is happening now? They're gaining information. They're gaining knowledge about how the defense is planning on playing them. So not only are they being successful on this drive, they're filing things away.
Mayfield tosses one complete to Landry, and he works it to the 30-yard line here, right at the 30. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down. We've seen quite a bit of the short passing here early on first quarter, haven't we?
We have, and I think it works a couple of ways for this team because, number one, you throw the short game until you stop it. And if they're not going to stop you, keep throwing them, and occasionally you'll break a tackle and turn into a bigger game. Also, if they start to creep up, start to pressure receivers, now you go over the top, take it deep, and now you get some of those big shots downfield.
A 6-yard pickup.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
The last run got 6, now 2nd and 4.
Let me wake up.
And he'll get a couple here down to the 22.
That's all about doing the dirty.
Ride with the car with him.
2nd and short yardage, that's all about plugging those
gaps,
giving the running back a crease to run through, and that's a nice job to hold him just a couple and force a 3rd down.
So play number 10 now coming. It's been a long opening drive, but this is 3rd down. Mayfield to throw it. He's got Njoku, his big tight end. And he will be very close to a first down, but I see the closed fist of the referee, and that means 4th down. We're scoreless after 1.
For the white bit.
That's the end of the first quarter with no.
On to the 2nd from Cleveland. It's the Browns in control of the football. And we'll see what transpires as they're up against a 4th and inches. But Kevin Stefanski going to take a chance, going for it on 4th. Running for it. Here's Chubb. And he will get the first down across the 20 to the 19-yard line. They only needed a few inches, and they didn't get much more than that. But by about the width of a shoelace, they convert on 4th down. The 4th down run successful. Now they look to pay it off on 1st down. A run for Nick Chubb. And he'll take this down for about 4 yards. Down 15.
Well, that call makes sense because they've been throwing it well on this drive, and once again they show passing formation, showing the shotgun, and they ran out of it. That was a nice play by them defensively, though, to hold it to a short gain.
To throw on 2nd and 6. Mayfield flushed out right. Oh, you saw
that with the flag, bro. Oh, okay, offensive. Yeah, okay.
And they declined the penalty. There's no logical reasoning to do that.
I'm trying to go through this little Rolodex in this small brain of mine, and I'm coming up with nothing, partner. I've got zip on that one. Take the yardage, right? Take the penalty. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Jackson on the give to Dobbins. And a short gain across the 15 to the 17-yard line. B.J. Goodson there on the tackle.
Well, every now and then we have to let a cliche fly, partner. And in this case,
know where to go
what do they say in the NFL? Your best ability is often your availability.
Give to Dobbins. And a short gain across the 15 to the 17-yard line. B.J. Goodson there on the tackle. Every now and then we have to let a cliche fly, partner. And in this case, what do they say in the NFL? Your best ability is often your availability. This is extremely Georgia. Come back Ohio State. Every time they even thought about running it. 4-down defenses and able to bring big runs late in the game. J.K. Dobbins going to Baltimore, an absolute perfect fit.
From the 17, Jackson brought in left side by Snead. And he's taken down, but not before he gets this across the 25-yard line. It's a first down on a gain of 10.
Both of these niggas be 12 or 6.
He'll get about 3 here as he's out to the 30.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know he was trying to dart through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Give credit to the defense for
2 minutes on the clock, and it's been a scoreless first half.
Audio, my nigga.
a nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard.
Turn this bitch up. See what Woods
We
get
remind
us.
you that coming up at halftime, we'll take you to Orlando and Jonathan Coachman. Coach will have highlights and analysis of this first half, one that's featured no touchdowns as of yet on either side.
So his job's a little bit easier for this halftime.
Oh, right down the sideline, man. Tiptoe.
We remind you that coming up at halftime, we'll take you to Orlando and Jonathan Coachman. Coach will have highlights and analysis of this
Tiptoe.
that's featured. So that changes things a bit. Here's a 1st and 10 all the way down at the 35. This is taken in. It's on the counter now. It's Dobbins. Right near the 35-yard
Oh, man, big
and all the way down to the 17-yard line. So that changes things a bit. Players have moved it over half the way down at the 35. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. It's Dobbins. They'll get the first down and they're inside the 20. And all the way down to the 17-yard line. Trying to run. Between the last 2 plays, they moved it over half the line.
Hit it with the shovel.
Shy of the goal line at the 30. Back-to-back nice gains. That one for 14 yards and another first. First and goal from the 3. Oh, they'll let Andrews try to run. They'll try to run with Dobbins. And he's going to lose yardage here. A loss of 2 there. Second down. Back-to-back nice gains. That one for 14 yards and another first. First and goal from the 3. Screen for Dobbins. That is touchdown. A 5-yard touchdown. Touchdown gives them a touchdown. They set up a screen to Dobbins. And he's into the end zone. Great job to put themselves in front now. A 5-yard touchdown. As his guys are first onto the scoreboard here this afternoon.
And that touchdown gives them a touchdown lead before they attempt the extra point. What a great way to end the half.
Yeah, great job to put themselves in front, and now see on the side.
Settings. Captures and broadcasts. Captures, broadcasts, camera, level, 90%, brightness.
Tucker now to kick it away following the
54 trend captures settings. Control switch. Madden NFL 21.
Tucker now to kick it away following the touch.
Your games have settings. Capture,
Offense ready to go. And they had a nice little drive going last time. Threw the interception in the red zone. Costly.
I know where you want it. I know where you want it. I know where you want it. Throw that bit. Throw that bit, boy.
Offense ready to go. And they had a nice little drive going last time. Threw the interception in the red zone. Costly.
Bad enough to throw it anywhere, but that drives coaches insane when they're thinking about, hey, we got a shot at points and we're already in a spot. We're thinking you got 3 on the board for sure, and to come away with nothing, that's really tough one.
Damn, Nick Carmi looking down. Carmi looking down.
They'll operate from the 32-yard line here, 2nd and 3. Just before halftime, 57 yards.
They'll go screen here to Hunt.
Position there. A nice attacking play that picked up a heck of a chunk of yardage.
And down to the 11. Big play there just before halftime. 57 yards.
I'm not sure how this drive's going to end. How about the way they put field position there? Nice attacking play that picked up a heck of a chunk.
Into the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland. Kareem Hunt as the first half is winding down. And the Browns are within an extra point of
first down.
this thing out.
He'll get this from underneath to Hunt. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland. Kareem Hunt as the first half is winding down. And the Browns are within an extra.
It's up and good, and we're tied at 7 here in
Tying
quarter
this
number
thing
2. Fields it in the middle of the end zone. And the decision to come out of the end zone is going to cost him 5 yards as he's taken down right at the 20.
So we'll leave it at 7 now as they kick it away. Fields it in the middle of the end zone. And the decision to come out of the end zone is going to cost him 5 yards as he's taken down right at the 20.
Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
The drive starting with a first down, 11 yards on that pickup.
First down, Baltimore.
Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively and offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Hey, man, not paying attention.
So 2 quarters down, 2 remain. Charles and I return after the break. All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3.
First out to his left. That one complete to him.
And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on second down. So 2 quarters now.
Cody Parkey set to kick off.
Set and ready to go for the second half. 1 touchdown apiece. 7-7 our score.
Motherfucker.
Now this will make it into the end zone. And the half will begin with a touchback. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going. So what needs to change?
I think a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis. They snap it at 1. Now it's Jackson. Man open left side is Brown. And he's able to get this to the 40-yard line before he's out of bounds. Another connection between the two. This one good for 12 and a first down. Now Dobbins. And little room to maneuver there. He gets it down to about the 39. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
Yeah, things were pretty stacked up there in the middle of the line. A lot of bodies, not much space. I think ultimately he was fortunate to get anything out of that run.
The run only got a yard. Here's 2nd and 9. Another run here with Dobbins. Busting through contact. Just wasn't a huge hole there for him to operate. Stopped just inside the 35-yard line.
That was a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you think if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the side.
Jackson looking to throw on 3rd. Flush to his right. He may try and run for this. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. Lamar Jackson, such a threat with those legs, able to improvise and get the first. Off the play fake to Dobbins. Here's Jackson. Quick hitter here. It's complete. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8. 2nd and 2.
Brandon, perfect defense in this situation would have meant that there was an incompletion. They would have picked it off. Okay, so they gave up the completion. But I really enjoyed watching how the defense stayed in sync, stayed in great communication. And as he dragged across each zone, you see him pointing, communicating. There he is, and they passed him off to each defender.
And he is into the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown. Scampering home from 19 yards out, and the Ravens have taken the lead. Well, that was all Lamar Jackson all the time on that drive, both through the air and in the end with the touchdown run.
Yeah, how about him doing things a little bit on the reverse side there, Brandon, because he softened him up throwing the football and opened up the running lanes. And when he gets a little bit of a sliver, he's gone. And that's exactly what he did there. Up the running lanes, and when he gets a little bit of a sliver, he's gone, and that's exactly what he did there.
That's going to set him back 5 yards. That's going to set him back 5 yards. Another attempt now from 5 yards further back. And he's got it. It's now a 14-7 ball game.
Makes the score. Ravens 14, Browns 7.
And he's got it. It's 7 ball game.
Makes the score. Justin Tucker to kick off for Baltimore.
Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. After the touchdown,
hey everyone, Chris with Coalition Gaming here. Maybe you've seen our OBS NDI video, the 2PC stream setup. If you haven't, it'll be linked right up here. OBS NDI allows you to take a second computer to do the encoding for your streams, which will help maintain performance on the gaming computer. It'll help your streams look better, and it will help you maintain FPS while gaming and streaming. Number 1, does OBS NDI need to be installed on both computers? If you're using 2 computers, then yes, absolutely, it needs to be installed on both because of the way NDI works. It needs to be sent from one computer and received by the other. The plugin is indeed required for any and all computers involved. We've used it in the 3PC setup. If you want to check that out, the link will be right up here. Number 2, it's another common question here. Will my mic audio and game audio and all audio in general be transferred over to the second computer? Yes it will, as long as all your audio input devices are properly configured in OBS on the gaming computer. Everything will be sent over to the streaming computer. Number 3, my screen is black. So sometimes when the NDI is detected on both and you select it as your source on the streaming computer, all you get is a black screen and nothing's happening. Maybe just a little tiny red square. 99% of the time, this is firewall related. So all you have to do is go into your Windows firewall and allow on both public and private, OBS, OBS 64, anything OBS related in Windows firewall, allow it through there. An additional note, if your network is configured as public instead of private or work, it will not work with NDI. You have to go and change that. Details on that will be linked in the description. Number 4, can I use my laptop? Honestly, any computer works with this, but yes, you can use your laptop. Now, it's important that it has a gigabit Ethernet port on it because gigabit Ethernet is essentially what is necessary for this. Over Wi-Fi, not recommended, but we'll get into that in another question. Specs for the laptop should at least be a hyper-threading dual-core, like an i3, and that will be great for 720p, 30 FPS at the very least. Number 5, can I use Mac or Linux? OBS NDI on the plugin page, as a matter of fact, you just got to click it and have a look. OBS NDI is supported on pretty much all major platforms, Windows, Mac, and Linux. So go ahead and have a look there and download your specific one for what you're using, and it should work. Number 6, I have slow internet. Can I still use this? Yes. As a matter of fact, OBS NDI has nothing to do with internet speed. We are talking numbers that sound like it would be for internet speed, but it uses network bandwidth. And network bandwidth is the speed of your stuff, of your computers and your router in between themselves before it goes out to the internet. So the speed between the computers connected to your router or switch. That is what NDI is using. And as long as everything is gigabit, 10/100/1000 megabits, then you'll be in good shape. Number 7, can I use it over Wi-Fi? OBS NDI technically can be used over Wi-Fi, but unless you have a really good connection, probably a 5 gigahertz wireless AC connection that has a really, really good upload, or at least just a really good network bandwidth, then it's highly recommended that you don't use it. You want to be wired in with gigabit Ethernet cables. Wi-Fi should be a last resort. Number 8, the stream is laggy. on the streaming PC's preview window in OBS. This could be chalked up to a few things, but primarily it's because you don't have enough network bandwidth. Double check your connections are at gigabit speeds, or that they're connected at 1 gigabit per second, and you should be fine. Most of the time this issue is laggy. It's because your connection, something went wrong in the connection and you're only at 100 megabits. OBS NDI at 720p, 30 FPS is already using about 100 megabits, and it'll only go up from there depending on your resolution and FPS setting in OBS. So that's the saturated network at 720p, 30 already. So make sure you're on gigabit. It's only a drop in the bucket in the gigabit, but it will max out a regular fast Ethernet connection. That's 1000. Number 9. Since it uses network bandwidth, is it going to affect my latency in my games? As far as I can tell, no. We've been using NDI for our streams for over a year now, and it's just not a noticeable difference in performance. As long as you're gigabit connected, once again, it's very important. As long as you're gigabit connected, it's just a drop in the bucket and it won't really affect anything. Number 10. If OBS is still being used on the gaming computer, how is this supposed to improve the performance? The NDI plugin does not actually engage the encoder in OBS. So X264 encoder is highly CPU intensive, and if you've tried streaming and gaming from the same PC, you'll notice that your game's performance overall can suffer. NDI uses its own codec to send its feed over the network to another computer, and it uses a minimal amount of CPU power to do it, in which case it will also use a minimal amount of FPS in games. It's a way better improvement than streaming and gaming on the same computer. Also, your input sources configured in OBS on the gaming PC play a factor, so make sure that any input sources you have, you mark the checkbox that will shut them down when not visible or when you're not using them, and you'll be in good shape. Now, for some bonus questions, because as I wrote this, I came up with a couple of other things I wanted to throw in, so here we go. The audio goes out of sync between my mouth and what's being seen on video. This is somewhat of a common issue with NDI. We're still not sure why, but the easy fix is to just close OBS on the gaming PC and then reopen it, and you'll be in sync again. And don't worry, your stream will stay up because technically the second computer is what's actually streaming out, and as long as OBS on that PC doesn't close, you will still be live. Why do this over NV encoder or Radeon encoder in OBS or programs like SLOBS or Bebo? Long story short, those hardware encoders aren't exactly up to par in terms of visual quality to X264. OBS NDI allows you to use the X264 encoder in OBS off of the streaming PC, so you'll get the max quality, especially if you're on the end zone service like Twitch. Lastly, here's some configuration tips. A big problem that people run into is getting the configuration right between the two computers. You want to treat the gaming PC as if you're streaming out to Twitch all by itself. So in the OBS video settings, you set your base canvas to the canvas or to the resolution of your monitor. So let's say you have a 1920 by 1080p monitor. You set that 1920 by 1080 in the base canvas. Output scaled resolution, let's say you're going to stream at 720p, which is a really good resolution to stream at, so you get the best performance in terms of FPS. You put 1280 by 720, and the common FPS value, we're going to go with 60. Let's say you're using an older monitor on your streaming PC and it's a different resolution, and this is the cause of a lot of problems. Let's say it's a 1680 by 1050 monitor. That's how I have my setup, so let's go over that. If it's a 1680 by 1050 monitor, your base canvas should be unrelated to that. On the streaming PC, you open the OBS video settings and you set it to the output resolution on the gaming PC. And remember, we set that at 1280 by 720. So the base canvas on the streaming PC should be set to 1280 by 720. You're also going to be streaming out to your services at that same resolution. So set the output scaled resolution to 1280 by 720 and then match your common FPS value, 60 in this case. And you will overcome a lot of issues by making sure that this part of the configuration is matched up properly. And that's it. That's a lot of information on OBS NDI. We'll do another video on that. Leave a comment down below with your question. Make sure to upload it if it's a question you guys want to see in the next video on this subject. With all that said, make sure to
to
join our Discord. All our social media is in our description. All links are in our description. Thank you guys for watching. Hit that thumbs up button if you liked it. Subscribe. We always got more coming. And we'll see you all in the next video. Bye.
And a nice job to break free of one tackle, but it slowed his momentum somewhat, and he's taken down right after. Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down.
Hey everybody, it's Paul the Frugal Streamer, and I have a new video. I want to talk about the NDI. I haven't talked about NDI in a while, and there's some news that's came out recently with it, so I figured I would revisit it. And for you people that do not know about it yet, I really think you need to, especially if you're a frugal streamer like myself, and you really don't want to pay over $200 for a capture card. So if you're interested in that, then stay tuned to this video, because this one will really be a game changer for your live stream. Okay, so NDI. What is NDI? Well, NDI stands for Network Device Interface. It's made by a company called NewTek. It is a free protocol. They released SDK tools for this so that other companies can use their protocol, their technology, in their own products. So we're now seeing cameras use it. We're seeing even free apps like OBS and Streamlabs, OBS Studio, vMix, Skype, Zoom, Teams are all using NDI protocol now, and it is a great way to send video and audio in high definition over your Ethernet from one client to another. In terms of what we're talking about, it would be your game PC to your stream PC. So it's a really neat way of getting your game audio and video over to your stream PC without a capture card. You don't need a capture card. You need a gigabyte Ethernet, which you can get a switch, off of Amazon for $20. Pretty much any router made within the last 3 or 4 years supports gigabit Ethernet. You need Cat 6 cables, and you're good to go. It uses about 100 megabits, somewhere in the neighborhood. I was looking at mine, and I was running a 1440p 60 video over from my game PC to my stream PC, and it was using anywhere from 90 to 100 megabits per second. So it uses, in terms of gigabit Ethernet, about 10% of your bandwidth. NDI is fantastic. So some of the pluses of NDI, okay, first of all, it's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. You can go to NewTek's website. I'll provide a link down below. You can download their NDI tools. So the latest version of NDI is NDI 4.5. It uses NewTek's own codec that is called SpeedHQ, and now that's for the main NDI that uses, virtually uncompressed losses, video and audio. The compressed version, NDI HX, I think HX2, uses H.264 for significantly more compression and a significantly less bandwidth usage. So it's good for Wi-Fi devices, for instance, cameras on Wi-Fi that can send a NDI signal over Wi-Fi. It's kind of what it's designed for. The latest news that we got with NVIDIA is now NDI is going to be NVENC supported, so we should see that incorporated into it here soon, as soon as we can get OBS plugin updated. Streamlabs can update Streamlabs OBS and all that good jazz, but currently that is being supported through the NDI HX, not the full NDI. Okay, so hopefully we'll see that in the future where we can actually take advantage of that. But NDI is really good. I think you'd be really impressed with it. And side by side, you'd be hard pressed to tell the difference between it and a capture card. While there is subtle differences, you really have to look hard. And I have a recording right here of Star Wars Squadrons, the brand new game that's just come out by EA, and just a couple minutes of me flying around, but there's a few instances where you can tell the differences between the two. Now the video on the left is the capture card, video on the right is of course NDI, and in a couple freeze frames you can see a little bit of blockiness in the NDI when compared to the capture card, but that's subtle and rare, and when you're moving around it's really hard to notice. And when you're doing this for a live stream where your bit rate is already limited anyway, I really don't think it'll make much difference. So what I'm going to do now is let's go ahead and let's get into how you set up NDI over your game PC and your stream PC. There's a couple ways that you can do it, and I will cover both the ways that I prefer doing it myself, and I can show you some things that you can do with NDI that's really cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch over to the game PC here. Now the game PC, you will need to have the NDI tools installed. The great thing now is when you install the NDI tools, it also installs the run times for you. Before you kind of had to do that a little separate. But you can now install this NDI tools. If you go to NewTek's website, or I think it's called NDI TV is a quick way to get to it now. Select on NDI tools here, go all the way down to the very bottom, and you download the Windows format or the Mac format, whichever one you're using. But once you click on the download, you'll have to fill out some information here, personal information. They don't ever ask you for anything related to bank accounts or anything like that. They just want your email and stuff and what your use is going to be. But once you download that, what you're going to want to use is this guy right here, okay? And it's going to install all these for you. So you'll go to your start menu, or you can do a search, and you should look for the Scan Converter app, okay? So when that's running, all it's going to do is it's going to run in the background like this, and you're controlling everything by going and right-clicking on the icon here, and then you have your controls here. Now, currently I have mine set to monitor refresh rate. You can set it to 60 FPS, 59.9, 430, whatever you want to set that to. You have frame rate here. You got the capture settings. Now, capture settings by default captures your display, but you can also set a region of interest, which is a box that you can adjust, and anything inside the box will be captured, which can prove to be nice. You can also capture your mouse pointer, or you can unselect that if you don't want your mouse pointer showed. You have webcam video sources here, and any webcam you have installed on your system, including virtual webcams like OBS's virtual camera, which is cool. You can use that. You can also choose a microphone for your webcam audio source. Likewise, for your audio source here, you can choose any source that you have available. System audio is your default playback device inside of Windows, so whatever you have that set to in Windows, that's what will come here, okay? Also, what is great about the latest version of Scan Converter, you now have KVM control. This is one of the things they added with the new update, which is really neat. So you use this, and then on your stream PC, you would use the NDI monitor, and you can have KVM control your keyboard, video, and mouse remotely, which is really neat. All right, so future fun here. I'm going to pause the video for a minute. I want to elaborate a little bit more on this whole KVM thing. I hadn't really used it before, but as soon as I'd done the commentary and I thought about something, I was like, you know, my son wants to live stream, right? And he has a really nice gaming PC, and he could probably live stream and game off the same PC. But wouldn't it be nice if he could actually take advantage of using my streaming PC? The issue is, well, he's probably about 50 feet from my streaming PC. And while we are connected through Ethernet, everything's on the network, you know, he just can't have control of my streaming PC. But with NDI, using Scan Converter and their studio monitor that you get with the NDI tools for free, he can control my stream PC. So that's what we have now done. We have set it up so that he can use Streamlabs OBS or OBS Studio, whatever he wants to use, by controlling my stream PC through what we're using actually is my laptop. We have a nice laptop. We don't have two monitors for him downstairs, so the laptop right now is a nice solution until we can get him a second monitor where he can use that second monitor for KVM control and monitoring, chat, and all that. So what we've done is we've allowed him to use the laptop, and the laptop does a good job. It works great. Thought it would be neat to share what we're doing with it since I actually started using it. So I've never personally used it though, so it'll be something new for me to explore in another video. But that's really the setup for it. And what it does is it's automatically sending your video over your network, and it's just waiting for a client to be able to pick it up for display. It's that simple. That's how it works. It's really good. And as you can see, that's what I'm using right now. This is actually the NDI display that you're seeing on the recorded video. The one thing that I really like about NDI about this is you can almost, if you were playing a game, you could near about play your game off of the OBS display because it is so close to zero latency. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable how good it is. I've done a side-by-side where I've shown both my game screen and the stream PC screen at the same time, and you can't tell a difference visually between the two. It's just so good, and it's really nice. So once you get that installed and you have the Scan Converter running, then what you need to do is you need to switch over to the stream PC. So this is the stream PC. Of course, you can see OBS here. And with OBS Studio, you'll need to install the NDI plugin, the OBS NDI plugin. Go to obsproject.com, find it. It's very simple to install. It comes as an executable that you can just use the wizard to install it that way, which is what I recommend you do. If you have the latest version of NDI and you use the NDI tools to install on both of your PCs, which you'll need to do, that will install the runtimes for you already. So all you would need to do is just download the plugin itself and install the plugin. Okay, and once you get the plugin installed, you'll know you got it right because you'll see NDI source listed inside of your source list here. So if you wanted to do an NDI source, you would actually start that up. And what we'll do here is I will go over here. This is the game PC. Let me do this here, and you can see this is the NDI display. And if I were to go here and click the NDI source, you'll see you click the NDI source, and what I've got here, this is the game that I've actually got. So here is the UI for it, and it'll give you a list of all of your NDI sources that are showing up on your network, and you just choose the one you want. In the case here, I have two outputs because I have two displays coming off of my game PC. So whatever display you want, which in case of my actual main game PC is the display 1. Okay, bandwidth I have set to highest. That's what you want. Now, if you just want an audio feed, you can go audio only, and you can select audio feed. Source timing is what I use. I really haven't noticed much of a difference in terms of network and source timing, but I always leave it source timing. And here I actually use allow hardware acceleration. By default, this is unchecked. But with a stream PC, you might as well use your video card for rendering. Why not? So that's what I've selected. Now here, normally you can go with different color spaces here. You can go 601 to 709, but leave range, the YUV range in partial. When you go to full, it gives you this kind of whited out kind of effect. You don't want to do that, so just leave it in partial. And 709 for color space is good. And then latency mode, you have normal, which is safe, and low experimental. I've never had issues with using low, and it's always worked great for me. Normal, you're going to see a little bit more latency in the video compared to the game PC. If you want that video latency, what I was just talking about earlier, then what you want to do is you want to use low. And that's really it for setting it up. I mean, you see it, it's there, it's really neat. Now, you can also use OBS Studio to send an NDI signal. Okay, so here, what you would do is you'd go to NDI output settings, and then you would select your main output, preview output. Now, you can name these different things, and the main output here would be, what I've called it here, and you can send that over your network just by sending that, selecting the main output and selecting OK. Now, what that'll do is anything right here, including overlays, whatever audio that's being processed by OBS, will then be sent over your network to another PC. So a lot of people like using OBS Studio for this on their game PC. You don't have to start streaming, you don't have to start recording to do this. It just does it by selecting the NDI tools output here. Okay. Now realize when you're doing this, you're not going to be able to change your settings here. All this stuff will be grayed out. All your stream settings and all your output settings and everything that you would go try to change your video resolution, all that will be grayed out because you need to uncheck the NDI tools output to get access back to that again. It's just like as if you were streaming or recording. A lot of that stuff gets locked out. Okay, before we close the video out, let's just talk about a couple reasons why I think you should take NDI over a capture card. Okay, again, it's free, right? The big thing that I want you to think about is your budget and your return on investment if you were to go and buy a capture card. Okay, right now I think programs like OBS and Streamlabs, OBS Studio, vMix, Skype, Zoom, Teams are all using NDI protocol now, and it is a
This is the only place you need to go if you need cheap and fast coins to build your God Squad. Hands down, they have the cheapest prices. Make sure you go to MMOXP.com and use code WOLF for 5% off. Link is in the description. Homies, in today's video, we're going to go ahead and talk about coaching adjustments. This is going to be a refresher. A couple different changes that we use in coaching adjustments in Madden 21. So if you're new here, man, pay attention because this is going to help you tremendously. Before we get into today's video, make sure you drop a like, subscribe if you're new, turn notifications on, become a member of the Wolfpack. Link is in the description. All right, so if you've been playing Madden, and let's say you're newer or you're a little bit more advanced, you want to be using your coaching adjustments. This is probably one of the most important pieces to your defense that you could be using. On offense, not so much. I'll talk about offense, but typically coaching adjustments on defense. Now, what we're going to do here first is there's two different styles of adjustments that you're going to be using. One, if you're running man defense. Second, if you're running zone. So the first one right off the bat, auto flip defensive play call. This right here, if you're not really good at making adjustments, you probably want to leave this to on. And the reason for that is, say you're running cover 3 and your middle blue in your cover 3 zone is on the wrong side of a trips formation and they call verticals, and guess what? The mid receiver who goes on the vertical route is going to be wide open down the field. So to go ahead and cancel those problems and take away that issue, you turn this on so your defense aligns with the trips formation perfectly every single time. Now, the drawback to this is if you're trying to make certain adjustments or try to run certain blitzes, this is going to throw you off, okay? Because it's always going to flip no matter what. You're never going to know what side it's going to be on depending on what your opponent comes out with. So you have to be careful with that, okay? So auto defensive play call is probably your best bet if you're not really good at adjustments or identifying weak spots of your defense. So what I do is I'll turn mine off. I use mine on off. I will just move my middle blue to the trip side. You know what I'm saying? My controller batteries are low. Okay, I get it. Okay, so auto defensive play call. That's why you want to do this. Now, auto alignment. Now, check this out. If you're running a defensive scheme, say you're running double A gap, 3-3-5 wide, and you're running it in conjunction, you're going back and forth with man defense to zone defense, you want to auto alignment to this. You want to put these guys in man alignment. What they're going to do is, even if you're running zone, these guys are going to man up. They're going to look like you're in man defense. And what that does is it throws your opponent off. They think you're running man defense, so they're going to try to throw out man defense, slants, drags, whatever. Now, this is going to work in conjunction with other setups. So if you're running zone or if you're blending it both, if you're like, I run man and zone, you want to run man alignment. Now, there are certain defenses that if you do this right here, it's going to scramble your whole defense. So you have to be careful. I can't remember, man. I want to say there was some out of Big Nickel where if you put this to man alignment and you ran zone, your plays would get all confused. Your blues would be on opposite sides of the field. So be careful with that. Practice it. Try to see how it works out for you. But I know a lot of people run this alignment right here to make it look like they're running man, and they'll run zone. Okay, now pay attention to this part because once we get down to the bottom, I'm going to show you what I mean, okay? So ball in air defense, you can, let's say it's toward the end of the game, you want to put this on swap ball. Say you got a good lead and you're just trying to run the clock out. You don't want to take no chances. You put that on swap ball. However, if you need a turnover, say you're behind, right, you want to go ahead and play ball to try to get a pick. But chances of them missing and your opponent catching the ball behind your back and taking off for the touchdown are a little bit greater. And then play receiver. AI will play the receiver in two-man catch situations. No one really uses that, bro. It's usually swap ball and play ball, or you can leave it unbalanced. So I usually leave it unbalanced until I really need to use it. Then I'll put it on play ball. I rarely use swap ball, but you can if you want. So me personally, I run balance unless if I'm behind, I'll put it on play ball. So those are the two that I use, but I'm just giving you guys when you would really want to use swap balls toward like the end of the game. You know what I'm saying? So like end of the half or whatever, things like that. So cornerback matchups, this is key right here because
when you're running man defense, you want to have this to speed. That way your cornerbacks match up with speed. Now, if you're facing like Tyreek Hill and you don't have really the fast corners, bro, this isn't really going to matter, okay? It's really not going to matter. By overall doesn't matter. By depth chart doesn't matter. Route running is crucial depending on your abilities as well. So if you have the one step ahead, you want to try to man up route technicians, which are probably still going to burn you. It depends. It depends on the speed. It depends on the abilities. But primarily, if you're running man defense, you're going to be putting this right here on by speed. On option defense, if you're facing mobile QBs, I will leave this on balance if I'm not facing a mobile QB. If I am facing a mobile QB, I run conservative. I never run aggressive. I run conservative. That way, they'll always concentrate on the quarterback instead of the running back. And it's easier because typically people who run option offense are going to keep the ball with their quarterback most of the time. I want to say 90% of the time, they're running it with their quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So I put that to conservative. It slows down the option game fairly well. You will like it. Now, strip ball, I don't really use this because higher chance of broken tackle and face mask penalty. I will always get the face mask penalty if I put it on aggressive. So strip ball, I usually leave it on conservative, but if it's late game, homies, and you're losing and you want to try to get a turnover, put that to aggressive. I don't know if it's going to help you. You know what I'm saying? I never use conservative. I just go from balanced to aggressive. That's pretty much it. So strip ball, balanced, tackling, balanced. You can do aggressive, and the reason, here's what I mean with aggressive is if I'm setting a blitz from cover 4 drop, I can set this to aggressive, okay? So if they hit the quarterback, they're going to hit him. They're going to hit stick him, bro. And you can cause a lot of sack fumbles with this adjustment right here. But be careful with it because if he does get the pass off, then everybody's going to try to hit stick. And if you're in that cover 4 drop and you're using that cover 4 shell and they miss, then it's a touchdown. So typically I go from balanced to aggressive. Never really go conservative. Just giving you guys a heads up when to use aggressive. You can use aggressive in the red zone, but like I said, I only use it on blitzes. Okay, here's probably the most important part and the aspect of coaching adjustments are your zone drops. So this is what we're going to be rolling. Okay, so what we're going to do here on the curl flats, I start on 20 and I go backwards, 20, 25, 30. I never come underneath on curl flats, okay? 20, 25, 30. Depending if it's counter go, if it's trips formations, you're probably going to be having to put this on 30 because of those crossing routes. They get back there. So your purples, your curl flats, well, actually right here, curl flats. My bad, homies. I'm in the wrong one. Somebody should tell me something. Right here, curl flats. You start them at 20. If you're running man defense, I start them at 20. And if a crossing route still gets behind me, I'll go 25, 30. Taking that curl flat away. So what I usually do is I'll put a cloud on one side, a curl flat on the other. If I see that the curl flat is the crossing route is coming from left to right, this goes to 30. I put a curl flat on one side, and then I run like a hard flat or a cloud flat on the left side to stop any drags from the tight end coming across the field, if that makes any sense. Okay, so zone drops, flats right here. This is going to be key for your clouds. Usually what you want to do is put it on 10 to 5. You're going to be around this area. Some people like to go to 15, but if you're going to run 15, you might as well just run curl flats. Okay, so, but you can run cloud flats. But typically what you're going to be seeing is 5 and 10, 5 and 10. If they keep throwing real shallow passes, then you set it to 0. But however, for these, I usually leave them on default. And in hooks, okay, this is going to work in conjunction with your man, is what I'm saying back here. When you auto align to man, you come back to your hooks and you set it to 5. Now, what this is going to do is, if you man align in zone defense, they're going to start setting up slants and whatnot, drags, right? Setting your hooks to 5 will keep these guys low. I'll show you guys here real quick. Sets them to 5, and they'll still sit low, regardless of if you shade up. If you shade over the top and you have this set to default, then your yellows, they back up far, bro. That means everything underneath gets open. But if you shade over the top and you put it at 5, these guys will still sit low and guard anything that's shallow. Now back to over here, I didn't really tell you guys what baseline is. Baseline is, if you look at your player on your defense, that is the stock setup for your defense. If you set it to base, whenever you come out on defense, your guys will go to those spots. It's just a base alignment. And it'll be for every play that you pick. Now, if you're running man defense, this is going to hurt you because they're going to a base setup instead of man aligning. So what people are doing instead is they're running man and running zone behind the man, and you'll never be able to tell whether it's zone or man defense, which makes it very hard to read. You know what I'm saying? A lot better for your defensive scheme. And then you set these zone drop hooks to 5. And now let me show you really quick what I mean real quick before we get off the video. All right, so here in cover 2, if we shade over the top, without the 5-yard zone adjustments, right, your linebackers or whatnot, or whoever you have, safeties, if you have them in that position, they will drop back far. They will go to the 20-yard line in the backfield. However, with the zone drop set to 5, we can shade over the tops to make sure that we have clouds on the outside. So if they try to run something inside, these guys sit low. You see what I'm saying? And they're right there. Now, you can set them to 10.
What's up, dog? You ready to play?
It's the sweet spots for hook curls, okay? So you'll see that the vert hooks, the drawback to this is that they can get behind it.
Yeah,
like
I think so, yeah.
You're blending this all in, right? See right there where they can get behind it? You're blending this all in with man defense or whatnot, and if you expect slants and drags, and you go to 5. After that, you can go to 10.
You play me somewhere.
People run 5 to 10 on hook curl. So I just wanted to go over the new coaching adjustment with you guys. Let me know what you think. Make sure you drop a like on this video. Love you guys, man.
It might be okay, so you're not in the playoffs.
What is happening, guys? It's Bruce here. And today, I want to go over defensive adjustments. There's a ton of defensive adjustments in 921, and a lot of people don't really know about all those adjustments, or at least don't utilize them as effectively as they could.
Alright, I'll call you back, man. I thought we played, but they might have seen me.
Beginner stuff to the most advanced, high-level stuff in terms of defensive adjustments. We're going to look at all of it, and hopefully you guys will learn something today. Now we've got the face cam over in the lower right today instead of the lower left because those adjustments menus that we do pre-snap, they're all going to be in the lower left. So I want you guys to be able to see what we're doing as I talk through it. So there's a ton of defenses out there that you can run, and I'm not going to tell you in this video which defense I think you should be running. I will tell you that I have been running nickel 3-3-5 wide, mostly coming out in Mike Blitz 0, but then maybe throwing in a cover 2
What's up, bro? You around to play?
Or a cover 3 buzz, or a Mike Blitz 3, cover 4 show 2. There's a lot of options, but I mostly
that's right. Oh, my bad. Oh, we play again, though.
So that's what
we play again, though. All right.
But again, the point is not the particular defense. It's mainly the adjustments that we can do pre-snap. And so the other thing I want you guys to remember is you can sub in other players. I know this is very simple for some of you, but if you don't know, you can press RB or R1, and it pulls up the substitutions menu. And so in this case, with nickel 3-3-5 wide, at the middle linebacker spot, I always sub in a safety, preferably whoever the fastest safety is on my team who's available, because safeties get much, much better interception animations than linebackers. Linebackers just aren't in a great spot this year. If you're going to be using someone in the middle, I definitely recommend it be a safety because there's going to be so much better for using, so much better change of direction, and get way better interception animations. So go ahead and get a safety in the middle for your user. If you're using in the middle, if you're using somewhere else, then don't worry about it. Other things that we should do is before we even jump into a play, go over to coaching adjust.
Thrown right now for a 20% discount. You're also going to get free international shipping as well as the 2 free gifts when you purchase the new performance package by Manscaped. That's at manscaped.com/thrown. It's linked in the description. Guys, thank you so much to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. But let's get right back into the gameplay. All right, getting into the game. Starting off on defense, I'm going to set my curl flats to 5. I'm going to treat them like hard flats this game. My flats to 20. I'm going to go option defense conservative. I'm going to mess with...
So basically what we're about to do here is pretty much change your life. Today I'm telling you the secret that EA doesn't want you to know about man coverage. Let's get into the video. So today's tip, I'm going to be teaching you how to become a better user on defense, how to mix your knowledge of the zones in with your knowledge of where the routes are going to be going. Now, I did find this on Huddle GG, so if you guys aren't following them, make sure you guys give them a like and follow. You guys know I like to give credit where credit is due. They did find this out first. I just want to make sure that I give it to you guys. All right, so here we go. I'm going to come out in a formation that is you're actually able to press, right? And we're going to just come out and we're going to do a few different things. Now, I wanted to do this with one step because one step The Huddle GG didn't mention this, but One Step acts a little bit different, which is why I think One Step is as good as it is. So we're going to come out with 3 receivers. I'm going to come out with 3 defensive back. I'm going to run a basic cover 2 man here. Now, what you're going to see, my guys are pressed, but I'm going to press them again. I'm just going to go down on the left stick. So I'm going to go Y or triangle, and I'm going to press down on my left stick to press again. A lot of times what you're going to see is guys play over the top. I'm not going to play over the top because over the top gives them free releases, and that's not what we want here. I'm actually going to go outside on this and give them that nice, good press off the line of scrimmage. Now, what I'm going to do is show you guys my offensive play. I have a route going inside, a zig, and then a deep end. But we're going to change this up a little bit. I'm going to just streak my A receiver. I'm going to put B on a 10-yard in route, and I'm going to put Y on a slant. And then I'm just going to let my other guy run his deep in route as well. And we're going to press play and show you what happens. So here we go. We press play. Everybody runs their routes, and we're good to go, right? Now, let's see what happens on this particular play and why this is such a big exploit in the coding for EA. In this press coverage, you'll see that we're actually shading outside. So you would assume that most of my guys are going to give up the outside. And we did run inside a route. So this actually happens the way you would expect it to happen, right? So you're going to see that my corner here is shaded outside. He actually works back over the top, but the jam that he get is actually an outside jam. So you see that this is an outside jam on that outside shoulder. This is an outside jam on that outside shoulder, right? Let's go over here. We get another outside jam on the outside shoulder. It's kind of working the way we would expect it to work, right? So everybody's jamming on the outside shoulder. Of course, tight ends get free releases, so there's no jam on that tight end, and we're good to go here. This route, 10-yard in. This is a slant. This is a slant. So we gave up the outs. We gave up the inside by outside jam. Okay. Well, let's try something a little different here. What if my guy is running an out route? So let's out route my guy here. Let's out route X. Let's out route B, and let's just run a in route with Y. Right. So it looks something like this now. Let's do that same thing. Let's shade them outside so they get that outside jam, and let's see what happens here. Okay. Here we go. All right. Let's go look at the coverage again. If you look here, this guy, what happened last time when we ran an inside route? He tried to jam that outside. But look where the receiver won at. The receiver wins outside. He just went straight outside. He beat him off the line, and we were shading outside. This guy here gets that same animation. He gets kind of faked out, but he gives up the inside. And if we go across here, same thing. And that is the key here. We got the same animation on both sides of the field, and Jalen Ramsey is a one step. So you see that he gives up the outside, even though we outside shaded and we pressed. They both give up outside. Now let's do a mix and match here. So we can let's actually do inside real quick. So we're going to press again. We're going to go inside this time. And now we're going to run outside route. So if we look at the jam here, we're going to get better animations on inside shade because he's running an outside route. So last time we just completely whiffed. We missed the receiver one to the outside. This time we get the jam animation that we expected, that inside shoulder forcing him outside, but that receiver still wins to the outside. We just get a way better jam here than we were when we shaded outside. Same thing kind of here. We missed because he shaded inside and the receiver is going inside. So we get a complete miss here. Look at that. A complete miss because the receiver is going inside and we have an inside shade. Weird, right? Same here. We get a miss on this one. He's still going outside. All right. So I want to show you those three just because here is the actual tip. This is where the tip actually comes in. If there's one thing that remained consistent through all three of those shades is that the receiver won in the direction of his route. The only thing that really changed was how the program executed the jam. Whether it's 50-50, if you guess correctly or not, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't ran through this enough. But one thing that is for sure is that every receiver beat his corner in the direction of his route, no matter the jam. Meaning if I was running an outside route, I won outside. If I was running an inside route, I won inside. Now that's a big programmatical flaw because it lets you know where the receiver is going before you actually even get into his route based off of the jam. So we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead, we're going to press again, we're going to press outside, and we're going to shade outside. Okay, so I'm going to show you my play. I have a post. I'm going to change Y to just be a slant again. Or actually, I'm going to change Y to be opposite and go out route here. So he's going to run it out. I'm going to block Kamara, and I'm going to have Taysom Hill run it out, and we're going to run it in here. If I was to control my free safety Fuller here, right, and I'm controlling the middle of the field, and let's say I just know, okay, this guy is going to go on a purple route, so he's going to control the outside, and I'm going to have this guy, B, go on another purple route. He's going to control here. I'm going to have this guy do something like this. So now I've mixed in a zone concept with my man coverage, and this guy is free to roam wherever he pleases. Well, now I know that this guy has a purple route, whether it's set at 15 or 25 or wherever you set it out. I know this guy also has a purple route set at, of course, 15 or 25. This guy is going to be covering mostly this side of the middle of the field. Now that I know where everyone is going to be on my defense, I can tell where I need to be as a user based off the releases that are happening with the receivers. I can tell if I need to be down low or if I need to be back deep, and where I need to be based off of the releases of the receivers. So let's go ahead and watch this. So Kyle Fuller will come down. I can read those receivers and I can say, okay, he released inside. He's at about 15 yards. He has to be running a post. Let's look at the replay because I know that happened really quick. So here I am using Kyle, right? And if we were to just zoom out here, look at all my receivers beat their DBs in the direction that they're running their routes. He's running an out route. He beats him outside. He's running a post route. Look where he beats him. He beats him inside. If you look how fast we get to our levels, I can absolutely tell where everyone is going based off of the jam. Look at Taysom Hill. He beats his guy outside. He's running an outside route. That's covered by the purple route. I don't need to chase that. He's running an inside route. He beats his guy inside. And the key to this is watch. Okay, he's here, 5-yard route. He's not running an in. He's not running a slant. 10-yard route. Okay, I know he beat him outside. It looks like a fade, but since he beat him inside, I know it's a post. Same thing here. He beat him inside. He beat this guy inside. He's 10 yards down the field. It can either be a 10-yard in or it could be a post. It has to be one or the other. I know to come back now because of where they beat them and where their routes are. I can play underneath both of these routes. So this one ended up becoming a 10-yard in, which we said it could be. So this is a 10-yard in, and this one became a post. The receivers always release in the direction of which their route is being ran. That is the key to this entire situation. If you watch the releases of the receiver, you will know where their routes are going, and that is a huge flaw in Madden right now. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't tell you the rule in the exception. The one time I've seen this not work is when you have a corner route working against a one-step corner. Now, I don't know why this is, but the corner route releases inside even though it is an outside route against a one-step corner. I don't know if it happens against all corners, but it definitely happens against one step. We have Jalen Ramsey outside on Sanders, and I'm expecting Sanders to release inside and then make his move back outside. So he actually makes his move outside this time, and that kind of goes along with what we were expecting. But sometimes on that corner route, they will actually release inside weirdly enough and then try to make their way back outside. That's one thing to keep in mind when you're going up against a one-step corner. Other than that, it's almost 99% accurate. The way they release will be the way that they actually run their routes. Now, that has been a tip from your boy DJ Chef. I hope you guys can add this into your man coverage and become better users in the middle of the field and get more of those good, sweet, sexy lurks. It's been your boy DJ Chef. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We out. Peace.
So it took him to the second quarter, but my man finally got his first positive yard of the game, and I want to make a pay for it.
We can go! Woo!
Need fast, cheap, reliable mud coins? Go to MMOXP.com for the cheapest coins on the market. And use discount code MONEYSHOT for an additional 5% off your next order. Link in the description below. Welcome back, YouTubers and Madden fans. This is Madden Money Shot, sniffing out the Madden cheese as always. Got another defensive gameplay video for you guys today, and I wanted to show you guys what I think is one of the hardest defenses to play against in the game. I mean, it's so dominant now. I'm literally holding people to negative yards, which you're going to see in this video today. So, before I get into that, let's go and let's look at my team real quick. Let's look at my setup, because my setup and my abilities have changed a little bit. I'm still using Acrobat and Mid-Zone KO on my 2 outside cornerbacks and my strong safety, but I realized that I typically use my free safety, so there's no reason to have attributes on the guy that I'm using. So I took that off, and I went ahead and I switched that up. I went ahead and I put strip specialist on my outside linebacker that typically gets the most pressure, and then I went ahead and I put double or nothing on the other outside linebacker that typically gets blocked, because this play pressure typically comes from 2 different areas. So it also comes from the middle linebacker a lot, so you can also put, I actually tried that for a little while, I put strip specialist on my middle linebacker as well, but ultimately I feel like this is probably the best setup to get as many sack fumbles as you can, which I'm going to get a lot. Now, before I get into this video, as always, if you want to get your MUT team up like mine, check out my coin sponsors at MMOXP.com, link in the description below, and use discount code MONEYSHOT to get 5% off your order. Now, getting straight into the gameplay, my first victim, rocking the all Vikings theme team. I gotta be honest, I always see these Raiders and 49ers over and over and over. It's cool to see some unique theme teams in these gameplays. So, got the full Vikings setup, Vikings jerseys, Vikings state. The play that I'm gonna be running is a play that I've already put out several times. I'm really just trying to put out more stuff to normalize it, because I got a lot of naysayers in the comments that say, wow, that wouldn't work. The flats are open, yada, yada, yada. You could do this, you could do that. I'm gonna show you these guys that I'm playing against here. They're all gonna pretty much do the exact same thing, and I'm gonna shut down just about everything they throw at me. But without a doubt, this to me is one of the most overpowered defenses that you can run, and it's pretty much the only defense that I run now. I don't really run anything else. The setup's incredibly easy. All you have to do is pinch the defensive line. I also slant them out and blitz all the linebackers. That's pretty much it. The only adjustment I make other than that is I blitz my user, because it just makes it, you guys don't know by now, it just takes away the change of direction penalty. So that's pretty much it. We're going to get some crazy heat here. I'll make a couple of other adjustments throughout the gameplay that I'll show you guys, but for the most part, this is all there really is. On the first play, my opponent's going to try to run around it, which is something that a lot of people do. But a lot of people try to run outside runs. You can see right there, it didn't work out very well. On the next play, he tries to run a draw. That's another thing a lot of people are going to try to do. Draws, screens, stuff like that typically have success against heavy blitzes, but you can see my opponent's having no success as on the first 3 plays.
We can go! Woo!
Basically just 3 and outs right off the bat. The first series on offense doesn't work out too good. This was back when I was trying to record some footage with Tyreek Hill at running back, and it just didn't work out too good in this very first series. I typically have a lot of success with these formations, but on the first drive, my opponent does a pretty good job of shutting it down. Gets me to 3rd and 6. I'm going to go with one of my favorite passing plays in this entire book, and that's the PA counter waggle. It's a similar concept I'm going to use in a couple different formations, but all I really have to do is streak the A route here, and these crossing routes typically get open. Either the B route right away or the Y route further down the play. Now, it's 3rd and 6. He knows that I have to get 6 yards, so he kind of just hangs out and waits for the crosser, which is a good move, but he leaves the Y route wide open, and I just get a throw on the run, inaccurate bullet pass. So I decided to go for it, go for my cross drag play, try to hit the tight end here, and then basically I give the ball right back at the 35. So my opponent hasn't done a thing, and he's right in scoring range. But this blitz is a weapon. So on the very next series, he's trying to run outside again, which like I said, a lot of people will do. I've noticed people have basically seen this play enough that they all kind of have their own version of what they think works against it, but nothing really works against it. That's the whole point. On the next play, you can see the pressure's coming in so relentlessly. The ball's just getting knocked around the line. You're going to see that a lot as well. And my opponent's already on a 3rd and 15. And on the next play, he gets hit again. So he actually punts the ball away because he hasn't done a thing. What a pussy. As he pins me against my own goal line, so I guess he thought this was going to be a defensive struggle. So on the next offensive series, we're going to go it a little bit safe. We're going to hit him with some run plays out of the pistol weak. The halfback zone weak and the triple option are 2 of the better run plays in this entire book. I will have links in the description for all the offenses that I use in this video today, so if you want to check that out, you want to run the plays like I am, check them out, link in the description below, or you can get the full ebook. Also linked in the description below. Now when I come to the line, it's a simple read. My opponent here, he's spread too far, he's in too small of a defense. We're going to hit him with the halfback zone weak. You can see we only have to make one guy miss. 50! Go! So we go ahead up 7-0. My opponent's still trying to run outside, but he's having a couple of problems.
Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch.
As his own linemen are pretty much blowing up the run plays for me, but a lot of that's pressure based. Then on the next play, he comes out in empty backfield. I had people in comments of the original video saying that if you come out in empty backfield, it can give problems. I don't think that's a good move. I mean, at the very least, I'm sending 6, so you probably need an additional blocker. On his first play, it looks like he's trying to bait me with a hitch.
Oh, we can go. Woo!
Y'all want to see a dead body?
I swear to you, the next play I was like, watch this guy try to hit me with a streak. Looked like he was trying to set that up. Because that's what most people do. They try to beat your user, and on the very next play, they're coming away with an interception. So 3rd and 16, he's already thrown it up. We're basically in field goal range already, but we're going to go for more than that. So back to the Pistol Week series. The next play we're going to run, we're going to go to that triple option play. This was the original play that I wanted to run, but it's based off of the look. All you have to do is hold A. You can see right here we get outside very easily, and the blocking is just super sticky as we score a touchdown. 2 carries, 2 touchdowns, 2 long touchdown runs, and we're up 14-0 just like that. Then back on offense, this guy obviously is a runner. It's not necessarily working out, but...
Hey guys, look! 2nd and 9! Look at the
Alright. Look, I don't want them to gain another yard. If they cross the line of scrimmage, I'm gonna take every last one of you out. You bitch! All night! Make yourself comfortable down there.
So it took him to the second quarter, but my man finally got his first positive yard of the game, and I'm going to make him pay for it.
We can go. Woo!
On the next play, we'll just send the house one more time. Then he's going to come out in empty backfield look. He's going to test my user one more time on 4th and 12.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, you better believe that was a mistake. I mean, people will typically bullet pass because of the pressure, so a lot of times when you run this defense, you have to play underneath. As you can see right there, it definitely pays off. And we're going to seal the deal and end the game early in the second. But you can see, I mean, I knew that I was clobbering him, so I went to the yardage. You can see he had negative 16 total yards of offense to this point.
You make it go.
So next up, my next victim, opponent, he's basically got the same top 3 yards that I do, except he's got Jerry Rice and I got Ladarius Sneed. I mean, there's not really much of a difference from the looks of our teams. I'm going to be running the Pistol Weak Slot Flex against this guy. I'm going to use the power option, the PA power option pass. This is another video I already put out. Link in the description below as well. On his first play, I pretty much see that he's in a cover 3, so I switch over to the PA power option pass. That's all you really have to do. It's very easy. Play touchdown against cover 3, just as long as you have a pretty fast tight end. And you can see right here, we just beat him right at the seam over the top. This is one of my favorite one-play touchdowns in the game right now. Nobody ever sees that coming. As you can see, he scores pretty quick. Then on the defensive side, we're going right back into that defense. I'm not going to run anything else. This is all I'm going to run. I pretty much just put this out there. You can see on the very first play, though, he gets a couple of yards, so he's already doing better than my first opponent. Then on the next play, I pretty much just following these crossers. You just have to take that away. He almost had a second there. Gannon almost got this. Bomb it up over the top, but you can see you just don't have time. Then on 3rd and 17, and on the next play, he's got flats, but when you're down 3rd and 17 already, what's the flat going to do? You're not going to get a first down.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
That's one of the things that makes his defense so successful. You just get 1 sack, it's game over after that. Go right back to that power option, go right back to that PA power option pass. And I noticed that a lot of people run commit against this particular run play. Now that this play is out there in the world, a lot of people pretty much basically send the house. On the next play, I don't know if he did that again. We get one of the weirdest animations I've seen yet. But this dude just goes ahead and he picks off, he intercepts the pitch. So I'm giving the ball right back as this dude makes a hell of a defensive play. But I don't care what mistakes I make on offense, this defense is a weapon. You're going to see right here, people just have no time to make decisions. There's guys open, but you have to make a split-second decision, and it's damn near impossible. But this guy is having more success. You can see right here, he completes a pass on 2nd and 10. Now he's in the 3rd and 1. As we stone him coming right up the middle on an inside zone. Then on 4th and 4, I know that he needs 4 yards, so I make him think that I'm going to follow this streak. I drop right down his drag.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
And just like that, we're user lurking this straight to the house. And my opponent is going to head for the exits as well, down 14-0. His total yards, once again, -12. People quit on this defense so fast, it almost feels like a coin-making method, I swear to you. Like, you literally could make a lot of coins just running this defense and cheesing people into early quits. So on the next game, we're going right back to that PA counter waggle. I love this play. I mean, it's just a huge play as we flip the field with one easy completion. We're right in the red zone. So I'm going to show a red zone play that I've been showing in a lot of game plays. It's one of the best red zone plays in the game to me, the cross drag. This is something here that is one of my go-to plays in pretty much any money situation, but in a red zone play, I find that if you motion out this running back and put him on a slant, number one, most people don't follow. This guy does follow, which is fine. I want people to pay attention to the crossers at the end of the day, bottom line, because the A-route's my first read. So if it's a cover 2 or a cover 3, which is what this looks like, the A-route's pretty much just going to be wide open right at the seam. So that's pretty much the first read. And then if they're man coverages, I got a lot of crossers to basically beat those man coverages. So back on the defensive side, this defense, one of the biggest issues I think people have with this defense, maybe they get burnt once or twice and they just stop using it altogether. This is a defense you have to stick with. Even if you give up a touchdown or an easy score or whatever, go right back to it, stick with it. You will be happy with the results. As you can see on the second play of this game, I'm coming up with an easy interception. This is, this play pretty much results in a turnover or a sack. Probably having to play the run it, which if you can do that, I mean, you're not going to lose a lot of games when you're running this defense. So on the next play, we're going to hit him with the PA counter waggle again. This time I have a 2 tight end set, which is, I'm just hoping that they bite on the run a little bit more. And sure enough, I do the exact same setup. Just streak this tight end, and I'm just watching the crossers. He does a pretty good job of taking that away, or at least with his adjustments. So I just playmaker this guy up. See ya! And we're just streaking right into the end zone for an easy touchdown. So up 14-0 again. I think that's pretty much been the theme in pretty much all these game plays. And we're going right back to that blitz. Like I said, this blitz is so overpowered. Most people have no idea what to do. Tries to hit me with a screen, like I said earlier in the video. Nope. You would think a screen would do a pretty good job against a heavy blitz like this, but obviously there it did not. Then on 2nd and 16, I mean, he's trying to beat him with slants. Another idea a lot of people would try to do. Nope. That really doesn't work out too well for him either. With slants, beats cover 4 pretty good, but I was all over it. So then on 3rd and 19, the dude's in a hole. I use a different safety this time. He tries to beat me outside with the route I'm not even familiar with, but I'm all over that with my user. And then on 4th and 19, he's got to go for it. I mean, the game's pretty much already the bag. He probably knows he's already going to quit. And we just get a walking sack right up the center.
You're going to make yourself comfortable down there. Real comfortable.
This defense is so overpowered. I honestly feel bad running it sometimes. You can see I got another opponent quitting at negative 15 yards. But I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win games. I'm here to give you guys tips on how to win games. So if you're not using this defense a lot, at the very least, you can mix it into your normal defenses. But without a doubt, to me, it should be a defense that people are running nonstop because it's that broken. So I'm going to go ahead and end the video there. If you guys want to see more gameplays like this, do me a favor, hit the like button and let me know in the comment section. Other than that, thanks for watching, man. My shit out.
You win. Perfect.
Need more help with this one show support? Then head over to my Patreon and join my team. We can get exclusive content like ebooks and bonus plays as well as early access to my vids and more. Link in the description below.
The best teams of all time, the 87 Saints. This was like one of the only good Saints teams before they actually got Drew Brees and stuff like that and became, a more respectable organization. But look at all these teams you could choose from back then. This was 20 years ago. And then you got the all-time teams, too, which is like current players and past players. So kind of like theme teams, if you want to say it. For people that play like Ultimate Team nowadays, you had the All-Madden 99 team. I mean, you just had a lot of stuff. Now, I don't really remember what the intros and stuff were back then. I think in 2001 it was kind of very bare bones. I don't think they did a whole bunch. I think they showed some players. I mean, there's no face scan technology back in the day. Everybody's a cartoon generic face. Bro, look at these play call screens and the plays. It's just so foreign compared to what it looks like nowadays. This is crazy. I remember these graphics, at the time, these graphics were game changing. You thought you were playing the real game. You thought you were watching NFL football when you were looking at this in 2001. Look, I mean, you can even take the defensive linemen off of their three-point stance. You can't do that nowadays. I mean, I don't even know half the controls. I'm out here look at this. We're just getting posted. I don't even know the controls. They're all different. There's no sprint button. There's no anything. I don't even know what the sprint button is. I'm sure there was one. And, I mean, we're just giving up records here on the first drive. Rams only got, 2 shotgun formations. That's crazy. I guess maybe they didn't run a whole lot of shotgun back in the day. I really can't remember, to be honest. It's so long ago. Oh, crap. So you gotta hike the button and then press it again to pull up the pass icons. That's different, too. I was like tripping out for a second. I was like, where the heck are my pass icons at? But you actually got to like hike the ball, then you got to press it again. I mean, they're just coming. Let's go. Isaac Bruce, baby. Let's go. Isaac Bruce, one of the greatest of all time for the touchdown. So we got him right back. Not too bad. I mean, we still got it. We got to knock the rust off a little bit, but we're good. Time for some Madden 2002 action, baby. Man, this is when Madden intros used to be super lit. This game, I remember, I got this game on Christmas Day, and I didn't do anything but play out of this game for like a year straight. I thought I had the best game ever created, Madden 02. This intro, I remember just watching this intro every time I put the game on. I never would skip it. I just always wanted to watch it all the way through. All right, so here we are at the menu. We've got play now. Let's see what we got for game modes. Exhibition, season, franchise, tournament, custom league. I think this was a new feature to the game this year. And you still had practice. You had situation mode where you could run like, I think 2-minute drills, stuff like that. You could just put yourself in a certain situation. I don't think that's in the game now either. That was actually a pretty cool feature. Yeah, you got create a team. I mean, you can't really completely do that now in Madden, so that's something. Let's look at the rosters. Now look at this. Now Brian Urlacher, from his rookie year to his second year, went from a 78 overall to a 90 overall. That's what I'm talking about. Let's look at the NFL here. So this is, man, look at the 99s. We got 99s now. Ray Lewis, Jonathan Ogden, Marshall Falk, Tony G, Warren Sapp, Randy Moss was right there, 98 overall, 99 speed. This is when Moss was just starting to become a super demon in the game. All right, we're about to do a 2-minute drill with the Vikings here. Basically, like, they just put you in a 2-minute drill situation. I mean, sounds pretty, pretty self-explanatory. So basically, you got to go 80 yards in 2 minutes. It's basically like a little, like, kind of almost like a practice thing you can do. But we got Randy Moss out here, who is like a million speed. So we're just going to throw it up and see if we can get to him. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. Randy Moss was always dominant in Madden. He's dominant in Ultimate Team right now. He was dominant on PS2, PS3, PS1. Every Madden that this guy was on, he was a monster. Let's see. On the run, baby. On the run. Let's go. It's no huddle. No huddle. No huddle. I think they even kept, like, high score for this. So, like, if your friends played and stuff, like, you could keep, like, a high score of, like, who had... the highest score in the drill. Michael Bennett, this guy was fast, I remember. Let's see. Come on, can we get the edge? We're going to get out of bounds, save some time. That's the only way to stop it is getting out of bounds on a 2-minute drill. This brings back memories. I remember doing this with my friends all the time, like seeing who can get the highest.
It's the NFL on EA Sports as we are in the inner harbor of Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. Here's a scene a short time ago. The Ravens introduced to this sellout crowd, and through a sea of pyrotechnics, out they came from the tunnel. We're set to go as the Ravens get ready to match up with the Seattle Seahawks.
Jason Myers to kick off for Seattle.
Here's the kicker, Jason Myers, to get this one started. And off we go from M&T Bank Stadium. Takes this about 5 yards deep. And they will elect to not bring this one out as our first drive will begin at the 25. Throwing now, Jackson on first down. That's caught by the former Sooner, Mark Andrews. He'll be dropped after a gain of about 6 across the 30 to the 31.
Second and 4.
One of the things you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
They'll come up now, 2nd and 4 from the 31. They'll run for the first time with J.K. Dobbins. And the result here the same as the last play. Another tackle behind the line of scrimmage by the Seahawk defense. Call that a loss of a yard, and things get a little more difficult here. 3rd and 5. Third play here, this opening drive as they're up against a 3rd and 5. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. That's a 3rd down conversion of 24 yards there. Nice play.
1st and 10.
Now on this first drive, looks like they want to get that vertical passing game going early.
And they did, and what a warning shot they just fired. If you're not going to back up and play coverage deep, we're going to attack you all game long. And once you adjust to that and you start to back off, then that opens things up underneath. A really nice start for them. Great way to get the game going.
They'll come up on a 2nd and 4 now from the 40-yard line. Jackson fakes the give and keeps it. Oh, an absolutely filthy juke. He's got some space now. And down to the 20 he'll go before heading out of bounds. That one a gain of 20 and a first down. Clock rolling as we hit the midway point of this first quarter. From the red zone now, here's Jackson on first down. And that'll be complete to Dobbins. And they'll bring him down at the 18-yard line. That catch good for only a couple.
Well, offensively, that's the mismatch that you want. You want to force a linebacker to try and cover your back out of the backfield, out in some open space. The linebackers nowadays, they run like backs, and they take a lot of pride in covering. What a nice play he made there in the open field.
This throw caught right around the 6. And the Ravens are going to have a 1st and goal as the tackle is made at about the 5. The pickup goes for 13 and sets him up 1st and goal. From the gun, Jackson. And this is caught. Touchdown, Baltimore. Marquise Brown there to make the ground. And the Ravens take it all the way down the field and score on the opening drive. And the Ravens lead at 7-0.
Makes the score Ravens 7. Seahawks nothing.
got gummies over here. Oh, pass me my gummy. That gummy thing on the floor. That's the apple cider vinegar.
Justin Tucker to kick off for Baltimore.
Should be a ball on the floor.
The touchdown. And this will not be returnable. It's out of the back of the end zone for a touchback.
25-yard line.
Same as pick. What's that little yellow thing right there?
Wilson and the Seahawks take over now, 1st and 10 at their 25-yard line. This is the Oklahoma State alum, Chris Carson, and he'll be upended at the 28-yard line. Just a 3-yard gain there. Give him 3 on 1st down. He'll set up a 2nd and 7, eluding the pressure right. And nearly an interception here on their opening drive. But instead, 3rd down.
That was an interesting look there because as soon as he got outside the pocket, I thought he was going to take off and run for yardage. But what often happens now with these quarterbacks who can move, defenses want to try and keep bodies in front of him. And I think that discouraged him from taking off and made him try a pass downfield that fell incomplete.
On 3rd down, Wilson. And he's got Lockett. And he's going to be out up around the 45-yard line. They get 17 on that one. Move the chains. 1st down, Seahawks.
I know at the end of games, coaches always tell us that no one play won or lost a game. But this seems pretty important early, doesn't it? Their ability to pick up that 1st down on 3rd down, I thought that was key.
Well, you're already in the hole after the touchdown on the other side. How will you respond? We talk about that a lot.
You take one stand up anyway.
I think you give up a lot of momentum. You get down 2 scores, could be an entirely different game.
So they've got a nice drive going now. They're in good shape. What's interesting to me is they're also in that spot of the field where you would take a shot. Do you change that up just because you're down a touchdown?
And a minimal gain here as he's up to about the 47-yard line.
A gain of 2 brings up 2nd and 8 at the 40.
Throwing on 2nd and 8. Wilson. That's complete into the hands of Carson. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. 16 yards, a 1st down.
A gain of 16 yards. 1st down, Seahawks.
After 7-0 on EA Sports.
Ravens 7, Seahawks nothing.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Wilson. He'll find Metcalf. And down to the 20 he'll go before heading out of bounds. The catch and run there, good for 16 and a 1st.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space. And it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run after the catch to pick up really nice yardage.
They get 10 more there, and I believe
gonna give it to somebody because
1st down it will.
They want number 10 now.
Now it's Wilson. Now the pressure gets there, and he goes down just inside the 20 at the 19.
That was 32.
Popping in for the sack.
Well, that was point counterpoint, wasn't it? They decided to throw for it on 1st and goal. Instead, the defense counters with pressure, and the defense wins, getting a big sack.
And they need to work to at least get some of this yardage back after the sack. 2nd and 19. Another try after the first down sack. Wilson, this is caught. And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. They get 16 out of that one, but they'll still need to convert on 3rd.
That's a good bounce-back play right there after taking a sack on 1st down. Didn't quite get it to the marker, but now they're in a much better spot for a 3rd and short yardage call. If you're the offensive coordinator, you like looking at that section a heck of a lot better than trying to figure out 3rd and long.
Play number 9 set to come here on the drive on 3rd and 2. Now Wilson. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Able to get there and pick it. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. Oh, Charles, after that interception in the Super Bowl from the 1-yard line, I thought Pete Carroll would run it inside the 5 every time.
Sometimes I wonder if maybe Pete did want to run it inside the 5. But Russell Wilson, you know he's such a competitor. He doesn't want that interception to stand. That maybe he wanted to be in that spot to hold it a second. I can throw a touchdown pass. Instead, he's victimized again.
Successful start to the drive, 17 yards, and moves the sticks. Right after the turnover, they come out throwing.
And that means it's a sudden change situation. We used to practice it on defense. Sudden change, get out there, stop the offense. But you typically run out there a little bit unsettled. I think that's why he came right out throwing the football, hoping to catch him off balance.
And he did. And he'll take this across the 25 before going out of bounds. He'll get 10 there all on his own, but it'll be 2nd down. They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Looking to throw again on 2nd down. Jackson buying time to his left. And seeing nowhere to throw, he chucks this one away from harm. Incomplete. Now it's 3rd down. Defensively, celebration time because they finally forced an incompletion. He was perfect throwing the ball to that point.
Yeah, but from his viewpoint, they didn't force it. He just missed. That's how hot he is right now, and that's how he wants to continue to throw the ball.
And he will have a Ravens first down, and he'll have it by plenty as they're able to keep the drive alive on 3rd and inches. Coming up at halftime in a little less than 2 minutes, we'll send you to Orlando where Jonathan Coachman is standing by. He'll have highlights and analysis of this first half. And unable to get downhill there as he'll take this up to about the 37. Carlos Dunlap, the defensive end, the one to bring him down.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going, and then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
And boy, that one drops incomplete, but if he was hit a fraction sooner, it may have been a fumble.
8 yards to go.
So the failure to connect on 2nd down, that leaves him staring up here at a 3rd and 8. From the gun, it's Jackson. He gets this underneath to Dobbins. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. They get 14 on that one. That's good for a Baltimore first down.
The 49-yard line.
Now it's Jackson. He'll find Dobbins out of the backfield. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. Call that a very strong gain of 24.
That certainly has to feel good. And it's not all the time that the play caller should get all the credit. Sometimes I think in the huddle, the quarterback just says, hey, who's going to make a play for me? I just need something right here. And the end result there, nice first down. Drive keeps moving.
He'll get just a yard on the scramble. It's 2nd down.
Yeah, he only gets a few yards on 1st and 10, but he's better off doing that than throwing an incompletion or even worse, an interception.
To throw again on second down. Jackson. And looking for Andrews, but this is intercepted. Picked off at the 17. And his guys have got it back at the closing stages of the first half.
And that's a great example of ball skills right there, partner. You and I do a lot of games, and I can't tell you how many guys look to run with the football before they've intercepted it. So that's a nice job of focusing on the task at hand and coming away with the interception.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And the interception thrown in the red zone last time. We'll see if they can rebound.
I just have to think
looking for Lockett, and it's intercepted. It's Chuck White picking it off. And he's giving his guys a shot from late points.
Error.
Will take over in range for a field goal or maybe more.
The Ravens take over 1st and 10.
Shit. Scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive. Throwing the out route incomplete. It's Andrews. And they'll burn the timeout with 5 seconds left. A chance to try to add 3 points before heading to the locker room. No move for the field goal unit. They're going to go here with 5 seconds left. Final play of the half here. It's Jackson looking for the end zone. And this is going to be intercepted. Shaquille Griffin with a pick. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gordon.
Justin Tucker to kick off for Baltimore.
The Seahawks trailing, but they will have possession first here as we resume action in the third quarter. And that one will bounce out of the back of the end zone, so we will start here at the 25. Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And they've sort of lost their way, partner. How do they recalibrate and get this proverbial train back on track?
Well, this is where leadership really comes into play. How's the head coach handling it? The offensive coordinator? Sometimes they just make a joke. All right, guys, had your fun? All right.
Throw it out the window.
Yeah, let's get back on track here. And sometimes that'll work just fine.
I guess it's time now to lean on that leadership.
Brings up 2nd and 3.
On 2nd down now. It's Carson. And he's able to take this one up to the 35-yard line. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Wilson. Philip Dorsett hauls it in. And he's taken down right at the 45-yard line. He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down. Out of the gun, here's Wilson. Here's Carson with a catch out of the backfield. 6 yards on the pickup, and it'll bring up a 2nd down.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4. at the Ravens.
On second down, here's a keeper by the QB. And once again, they stop him behind the line. Great job by this Ravens defense. Call that a loss of a yard, and things get a little more difficult here. 3rd and 5. The Ravens bring out an extra defensive back here on 3rd. From the shotgun, Wilson. And he finds a man. It's Olsen. And he is going to have a Seahawks first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. 2 veterans there, Wilson to Olsen for a Seattle first down. And this has been a familiar sight all afternoon as they stop him behind the line. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
At the Ravens' 25-yard line.
Maybe just a slight detour on what's been a strong drive. Here's 2nd and 11. Operating from the gun. Wilson throwing the out route incomplete. That's Carson. It's a gain of 9 yards. And that'll make it 3rd down.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
And he will have the first down before he's tackled at the 12.
The tackle made at the 12.
Just 4 yards on the pickup, but that's good enough to extend the drive.
First down, Seahawks.
Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. Now Carlos Hyde in the game. And here he'll get it down to the 7. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd.
From the gun, Wilson steps away to his left. And he will score. Touchdown, Seattle. Taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Seahawks just an extra point away from tying this thing up.
Well, I'd have to say that for him, that was an all-encompassing drive because it was his arm that got his team down to that point, but his legs that finished the deal. Give him credit for making it happen.
Jason Myers now for the extra point. It's good, and we're all tied at 7 apiece.
That ties the game at 7. Jason Myers to kick off for Seattle.
So we're right back where we started, all even as the kick's away. Fielded near the back of the end zone. The decision to bring it out ends up not being a good one. Costs him about 5 yards as he's tackled at the 20.
At their own 20-yard line.
The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. They had the interception last drive, led to the tying touchdown. So 7-7 the score as they begin 1st and 10. Flushed out right. And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's 2nd down.
Oh, they ain't gonna be. They ain't gonna be on the time.
All tied up. This is 2nd and 10.
Have they left the restaurant yet?
Throwing again. Jackson. Brought in left side by Snead. And he's brought down, getting this one up to about the 35. 16 yards, a first down. 3 quarters have come and
my cheesecake.
We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports.
No.
They'll throw on first down with Jackson. Flush to his right. And seeing no options, he just tosses this one away. Now that'll bring up 2nd down.
So much for the best laid plans and best designed plays. That was good coverage along the sidelines. No place for that one to get in there. It sails incomplete.
Jackson going to find his running back here. It's Dobbins. And down he goes at the 45 after a pickup of 9. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. The Ravens on 3rd down. A perfect 3 for 3 as they look to keep that streak going. They need just a yard here. It's 3rd and 1. And he will have the first down as he's brought down up near midfield.
They had yet to run the ball at all on this drive, but 3rd and short definitely was a great time to dial one up.
2 first downs have him up near midfield now on 1st and 10. And here's Jackson on the option. First down and more for Jackson. And down to the 29-yard line. An excellent run of 22 yards on the keeper and also a first down. I tell you, there is no antidote for speed, even at the quarterback position, as he keeps it himself and turns it into good yardage.
And it still takes time for a defender to react. Even as quarterbacks carry the ball more and more in today's NFL, they're still a little bit in disbelief and realize, oh my goodness, he's running with the ball. He may be 8, 10, 12 yards downfield at that point.
And they will eventually get him down, but he's inside the 5 all the way to the 3. A field goal could get him the lead, but it might not be enough here as they come up on 1st and goal.
At the 3-yard line.
They'll run with Dobbins. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Ravens touchdown. A 3-yard touchdown run, and the Ravens have taken the lead. A strong, determined run there, Charles, to get in for 6 points.
This is why it's such a team game, isn't it? And I know it sounds really generic, and it sounds almost trite, but the blocks were made up front, offensive line, collective victory at the line of scrimmage and downfield. And how about the finish to the run all the way into the end zone?
Tucker now to add the point after. And that'll be accepted, of course, and that moves him back 5. They'll try it again now after the 5-yard walk-off. And he's got it. It's now a 14-7 ball game.
Makes the score Ravens 14, Seahawks 7. Justin Tucker to kick off for Baltimore.
Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. This will be a touchback as that sails over the end line.
25-yard line.
Again, 4 o'clock.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And for them to touchdown the last score, somebody else will do that again.
And when you start calling for this drive, and you start thinking to yourself, what are you going to do? You don't go away from what you did before, because you're prepared for wrinkles and counters, because you know they'll make some adjustments.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Operating from the gun. Wilson looking left side. That's caught by Moore. Well, he'll be out of bounds after getting this hit across the 30. 7 yards to pick up on the pitch and catch.
I know many people like to throw to the tight end, maybe in a little flex back position, because he creates mismatches with his size. The slot receivers do the same thing with their quickness, their speed, and their route running savvy.
Throwing it in on 2nd down.
Okay.
Now it's Carson. And he'll get 2 or 3 out of that one, as that is going to take us to the 2-minute warning. A gain of 3, second down.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 41-yard line.
So it's Seahawk football as we march toward a conclusion. And let's see what they've come up with offensively after having time to talk it over. From the 41, Wilson. Over the middle and into the hands of his receiver, Moore. And he's going to be taken down with the first down at the Ravens' 20-yard line. A gain there of 21 yards. On first down, Carson. This will be a 5-yard pickup as they move it from the 20 to the 15.
He's brought down at the 15-yard line. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
He's back to throw. Escaping, and he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game.
Enough takes to start to have a good drive. Quite like a big loss on a sack, doesn't it?
Now they're looking at a 3rd and long, and suddenly the momentum shifted to the other side of the football.
And old Mo is a very, very fickle man.
Dancing to his left. And he nearly got the first himself, but it appears he's going to be about a yard or 2 short. They'll get 11, but still a little short. 4th down. First things first here, they got to pick up the first down.
And remember, it is 4th down, so they've got to pick up a completion here. Otherwise, this one's over.
Down 7, and they've got to go for it here on 4th down. They'll try and throw for it with Wilson. This will be caught just inside the 10. Now the Seahawks call the second of their 3 timeouts, as the clock will stop with 33 seconds remaining. A looming decision to make on the conversion, down 7, but first things first, they need to score as they come up on 1st and goal. Eluding the pressure right. And inside the 5 here before he's out of bounds, right at the 3. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
And we have to give credit to him for buying time and extending the play. But you know, there's some really upset defenders on that one. They thought that they had him. Instead, he was coated in Teflon and got away.
Here's Wilson. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete. David Moore, the target, but now it's 3rd and goal.
From the snap, he certainly looked like he knew where he wanted to go with the ball, but surprise, that guy was covered. So that took his attention elsewhere to no avail.
A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play, 3rd and goal. Wilson to throw. And his ball is caught. It's a touchdown. And now in the final seconds, they're a PAT away from likely getting this thing to overtime.
And while it appears the heavy lifting was accomplished by scoring the touchdown, they're still down 1. That extra point is not a gimme.
Back to throw. And it is caught. They got the 2 points, and with it, they've taken the lead.
Ravens 14.
And after the touchdown, here's Myers to boot it away. Fields it in the middle of the end zone. And he'll be dropped at the 21-yard line, so bringing it out of the end zone proves not a good decision, loses him about 4 yards. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. So you're right there, but obviously the clock is not your friend. How do you handle this situation?
You're thinking 2 plays. 1, to get yourself in position for the second one, whether you're able to get into field goal range or you have to try another deep pass, another Hail Mary. But you're trying to get the first one to a receiver, get out of bounds, and give yourself a chance to set things up for an easier shot at it.
We'll see if they can do it. Might be easier said than done. And, oh, a crusher there as it's intercepted. Shaquille Griffin with him. And they take over. They'll set up shop at the 46-yard line.
The 46-yard line.
They're coming out with a jumbo package to start the drive. And they'll try and burn some clock with a sneak. And he's going to get this one down near the 45-yard line. And now we'll get a timeout here. They're able to stop it with 1 second to go in this game. This time Wilson will throw. And on the left sideline, he caught it out of bounds, according to the head linesman. Incomplete, so the ball a little late getting there, and it's third down. So the victory here for Seattle. And I tell you, this was a fun one, just a close game. Nothing comes easy in this league, as you know. They had to work for that victory.
I've got to go back to what you just said. Nothing comes easy in this league. How many times have we talked to coaches prior to a game and assessed, you know, the strengths, the weaknesses, the whole deal? Even in games when one coach was a decided favorite, what do they always say to us? But you do know this is really a 7-point league. 7 points either way usually decides a ball game. We had exactly that in this one.
And not only that, but this is a gutsy road victory, one they can hang their hat on. That'll do it for us. For Charles Davis and all our hardworking crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, find us on Twitter at EA Madden NFL. From Baltimore, so long, everybody.
The Buccaneers are now on the clock.
I ain't giving you none of my cheesecake.
Now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock.
Granny, why is you coming here and messing my stuff?
You did all that.
What you mean you had yours?
But I didn't eat it all at one time.
Golly, man. Go on, you ain't gotta pick it up. Don't make no sense.
I just want this.
Can't even enjoy my doggone cheesecake.
You're so proud of it. People ain't never been that slow.
The Eagles are now on the clock. The Broncos are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock.
Food outside.
The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. Let's move this leg a little bit.
The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock.
Ready. I wonder what they telling me. No one hear what they telling me. Is he swimming? I think he is swimming. Woo!
The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock.
The one who they telling me.
The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock. The Broncos are now on the clock. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Raiders are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Broncos are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Chargers are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock. The Browns are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Raiders are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Titans are now on the clock. The Chargers are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock. The Browns are now on the clock. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Raiders are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Chiefs are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Titans are now on the clock. The Chargers are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock. The Browns are now on the clock. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Falcons are now on the clock. The Raiders are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Broncos are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Chiefs are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Titans are now on the clock. The Chargers are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock.
Damn.
The Browns are now on the clock. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Falcons are now on the clock. The Raiders are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Broncos are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Titans are now on the clock. The Chargers are now on the clock. The London Black Knights are now on the clock. The Bears are now on the clock. The Rams are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Texans are now on the clock. The Browns are now on the clock. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock. The Dolphins are now on the clock. The Ravens are now on the clock. The Falcons are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The 49ers are now on the clock. The Saints are now on the clock. The Buccaneers are now on the clock. The Bengals are now on the clock. The Colts are now on the clock. The Eagles are now on the clock. The Giants are now on the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Seahawks are now on the clock. The Packers are now on the clock. The Brooklyn Beats are now on the clock. The Portland Snowhawks are now on the clock. The Chicago Blues are now on the clock. The Chiefs are now on the clock. The Lions are now on the clock. The Austin Desperados are now on the clock. The Cowboys are now on the clock. The Jaguars are now on the clock. The Vikings are now on the clock.
Sometimes referred to as the Duke of Lancaster. It's estimated the value of the Duchy of Lancaster is around $700 million. The Queen receives an annual income of around $25 million from that. The Queen's son, Charles, Prince of Wales, receives a similar income from the Duchy of Cornwall. That's because he's heir to the crown. His estimated net worth is around $400 million. In total, the Queen's immediate family is valued at more than $1 billion. Wealth estimates for the younger generation of royals are around $30 million for Prince William, $7 million for the Duchess of Cambridge, and $25 million for Prince Harry. This all adds up to a lot of money, but sometimes people think the royal family is worth even more. Well, it turns out a lot